Hello. It is time. All right. Stuff. Update that. Region polygons. What am I doing right now? Angle. Terrain angle. I need to add in terrain angles. So, instance angle limits. That's what I'm doing. Okay. And then I should, I don't know, I feel fine, honestly, not fixing the bar. It's usable. Maybe it's not usable. Because if I have more than like 2 in here, I'm not gonna be able to tell which one is which, right? Alright, I'll go ahead and fix it, do that as well. Make it so I can click these individually and I would still have like the whole editor thing. Like I have the node selected, I can still edit the region technically. The region selected, same things, but then these would keep that bar and also show them. Okay. It would basically be like selecting these. Actually, this would be solo mode. When I have specifically clicked one of these, then I'm in solo mode and everything else is just gonna be faded and I can't select the other ones. Maybe I can. I think select vertex would allow me to pick a different one. But then like add, I can't pick vertexes from other ones. Anyway, close docs. I can definitely close that now. I probably don't even need node. Oh no, I'm gonna need node. Because I need to be able to get the... Oh, there's the normal. Okay. Slope curve. What now? Slope curve? I genuinely don't remember this. Density reduction according to local slope for instances. Oh. So it's already in there. I'm just not using it. But I feel like I would want just like a limitation as well. What does this do? It obtains a probability, slope probability, which is pre-computed. If slope probability is greater than probability, continue. Okay. Okay. So it's already there. It's already here. I just forgot about it. Yeah, I think this is good then, isn't it? Radians 2 degrees, so this is an input of degrees. So I'd go in here, I'd say min domain 0, max domain 90. Shouldn't be higher than that. And then I would just set a point here, and let's say I don't want anything over 22.5 degrees. Let's make it linear. Right. And I would just save that. Also, this probably isn't correct. I probably want to do it like that. Oh no, it'll just render the same way no matter what. Okay, whatever. That's got to be pretty high slope right there, so I shouldn't see anything appear on that one. So if I do... I shouldn't see the large trees. The small trees can still go there. Populate. Super quick. Okay, so immediately I have a large tree where I think the slope is pretty extreme. Yeah, okay. $22.5 plus 15 degrees. Am I crazy? Why did I think that? 15. 22.5 is half of 45. I don't know why in my head that meant 45 degrees though. Yeah, okay. So now the big tree that was here is now gone. Okay. Well, I mean, it worked. There was one here, now it's not here anymore. I could make it really extreme and bring this to like 5 degrees, and now I should see probably very little of these show up. Yeah, there's like... I don't know if it's really easy to tell on the stream, but there's the brighter leaves and there's like a darker green leaves. Like almost bluish leaves, and then the darker green leaves are the ones that I'm modifying right now. So these, I just set them so they basically only appear on like perfectly flat terrain. Okay. Well, that's there. Right tangent. Alright, sure, there's that one. And I guess I can just set the domain to be a little bit smaller, so it's whatever. Here, kind of about the same thing, I think. But these can last a lot longer. So probably like... like that, sure. I'm just retyping it so it gets like the exact value. It's not going to save something crazy. And then, did I set the height for this one? I feel like the height's not quite correct. Like somehow it's not doing it. Let me do this. Let me say lower is 0 and then higher is 0.05. Yeah, because these, I mean, there's definitely some kind of math that I could do to determine the minimum amount that it needs to be, so it doesn't poke out, ever. Because I think this one's actually poking out. No, it's not. This one is. Which kind of tree is this? It's the bigger one. Okay. How can I fix this? There's got to be a way that I can, like, really fix this. Because otherwise I have to really sink these trees in the ground, like, all the time. Perhaps I can just make it based on the grade of the slope. I can determine, from the normal vector, I guess not really, because I need to know the width of it. I guess what I can do is I can make it so that, yeah, I need to know the width of the tree. Like some kind of like slope fixing thing. Like just a new section, slope fix. Where I plug in the radius of the bottom of the tree, and that's all I have to do. And from there, it can just use the normal and determine, all right, well, assuming the terrain at this point is like pretty like even, we need to drop at least this far down, given our radius, so that we hopefully aren't poking out, right? Let me add that, because I definitely need that fix in there. I want it to be impossible, set up correctly, impossible to have trees sticking out of the ground like this. So that would be a terrain instance setting. Whoops. So let's have a section underneath the variation. Maybe I do like a region. I don't think I have to do anything like that. Is it a group? It's a group. Maybe I'll do it like this. What would it be? I'll call it slope. Slope fixing. And then do what does it look like when I click this? variation, so it'll just be like underneath it. Okay. And I guess I should modulate it by scale too. Yeah, that would make sense. And I guess I also need to know tilt as well. Tilt will matter. That's kind of it, actually. It'll just be this value. Isn't there a button? Group enable. Is that going in the group, though? It's probably... No. Group enable... Okay. Actually, I think it will. It's gonna do it like this. Right, I still have to have the group, though. Slope fixing on, right, okay. Yeah. Oh, I gotta check this word. I don't actually remember. Like okay. I thought so. Um, effectively, um, effectively lowers the asset before height variations. Effectively? Yeah. Lowers the asset before height variations are applied. Doesn't really matter which way it goes. Using the surface normal and offsets the height of the instance using the slope and the base radius to reduce the likelihood of the asset floating off the terrain. It is important base radius be accurate to the asset being placed. Use the bias option to increase or decrease of fixing applied. So I want to have an additional bias that's just like a percentage. So if I know something's going to be on typically steeper terrain, maybe I'll increase it or something. Like terrain that goes like this and then like this. So if it's placed here, I don't know. Maybe also I have like a limitation actually. Placing an extreme terrain, set a limit to prevent instances from disappearing into the ground. Like if I have something that I know is small but is very wide and maybe I want it to like try to reduce it, but not just drop it on the ground, a very steep slope, it could just say, all right, let's push it so far down that you can't see it anymore because it's like really short but really wide. I'll probably slope fix. They should probably be ranges. Definitely ranges. Hide control? What's hide control? Prefer slider, hide control. Alright, I need to look at this. Prefer slider hint will make integer values use the slider instead of arrows. Oh. Hide control will hide the element controlling the value of the widget edit. Okay. Nice, that's cool. There have definitely been times when I would like it to just be the slider, but I have an integer. The default for the integer, of course, as you can see, is the arrow. Cool. All right. Vary color, rand height. Okay. I could request that it pull in. Height could request that it pulls in the normal of the surface. That's all it would really need. Populate chunk. We have the positions. But then I think this is what actually does something. Oh, here it is. Rand height. Rand height. Count added. Populate chunk. Array of vector 3 positions. I kind of wish I could. Okay, so yeah, it should be set here, right? Do I set Y add a random height? Okay, good. So what I want to do, and tilt should really be factored into it, although it's difficult to factor in tilt. It's not difficult. It kind of is. It would have to be basically it'd have to be the assumption that the mesh is going to be like at the origin. That's the pivot point. Which yeah, I think is the case for all of them. So in here, what I can do is I have the normal. And instead of get height, get the height of the point on the terrain. Yeah, so position 3D. So what I should do, I think, is... Oh, is position too close? Hang on, let me check that. Position too close should not consider the position Y component. It should only be the X and Z. That looks like exactly what it does. Awesome. Perfect. Okay. So... yeah. the get normal can be... Normal is 0 approx. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. 1 second. I'm back. There's a line on me. I don't remember this one. What is this? Starlight Therapy? Okay. Oh, I remember now. So what I want to do is I want to have the normal here, but I also... if slope curve or instance populate chunk with the instance settings instance, yeah, instance slope fix enabled, the normal will equal this. And then if it's 0, I can't do anything. I need that. So then I have it. I can say if instance slope fix enabled. Now I have the height, and I can offset the height by the slope that we're on. If I have a tilt, can I just add it to the... Okay, well, here's the thing. I don't even have the tilt yet. I don't have the tilt yet. I could come up with the... No, I want to do as little as possible, right? This is like the expensive part of it. Or, well, okay. Actually, no, I think at this point I know for a fact I'm placing it yet, right? Okay, I don't know for a fact that I'm placing yet, so I want to bring it down a bit further before I do that. Now I can do some calculations. So for instant slope fix enabled, so normal here. Okay, so it's not, okay. I'm doing this. So this is actually going to be, cosine theta. That's what this is called. I do need the arc cosine, actually. Okay, so I'll just call this theta. I do need the radians. Wait. No, because I need a vertical component. So this should be that. I think it would be 1 minus. Wait. No, I do need I need theta actually. Okay. Can I guess I can actually dot it with the... So, okay, typically what you do is you dot it with the up vector, and you get the cosine theta, effectively. You get the cosine of the angle. If I were to dot it with left or forward vector, either one of those, left, forward, right, whatever, then I'd get a positive value when it's aligned to the ground, and I'd get a 0 value when it's vertical. Or, well, like I say aligned to the ground. I get a positive value when it's nearly 90 degrees. I would just absolute value it. So if I do left, no, that wouldn't work. Now I do have to dot it with the up vector, actually. I can't do the left or forward or whatever, because then if it's at 90 degrees to it, it's gonna read 0. It's gonna read like we're vertical when actually the slope is like 90 degrees pointing that way. I just dot it with the wrong one. So I do have to dot it with that. Okay. Alright, so this should just be theta. And then I would take the sine of this, which would give me my vertical component. So if I'm pointing up, is it 1 minus the sine? Well, that's just cosine, isn't it? If the value is reading 0, it's 90 degrees, which means essentially I need to apply like the maximum. That would actually be like infinite, because if it's 90 degrees, I can't ever bring the thing down far enough. essentially I'm taking a line. I want the line. So if the line is flat, that means I don't need to move it at all. If it's vertical, I would have to move it infinitely far down. If it's 45 degrees, yeah, it's like how far off of 90 degrees I am. 1 minus that is my slope. I think I gotta Desmos this. It's not flashbang alert. Okay. I'm not able to visualize it apparently very well. So if I have I'm just gonna write site data. Okay. Right, so my value is 1 when I'm aligned with the vertical. So we're flat ground. When it's 0, that means it's 90 degrees. So is it like 1 minus this is my slope? Okay, well I guess it's supposed to be 1/2. Wait, what? Yeah, 1 minus. No, it's definitely not that. What is this? Is it 1 over this value? Okay. This is going to take me a minute. Honestly, it really is. So at 0, I don't want to do anything. The angle is 0 from the vertical. I can think of this as like declination, which is like an astronomy term, but sure. So 1 means it's flat, which means I don't want to do anything. So the output of this value should be 0. Essentially, I'm going to have to multiply it by the constant of the radius. So I guess I can go and say our radius equals 1. The unit circle. Should be able to write R. Okay, let me make this figures. Okay. I struggle. Can I actually just make this theta? Okay. So it should be R times... Right, okay. Hide that. Okay. I guess I could bar this. And then if I were to turn this on, and do 1 minus this value. And then I think it's 1 over this. I think it's this. But the value should be 0 around here. There's no way to make it 0. So it's not quite that. Oh, and it should be 0 here. But then here, this should like jump up to like an infinity. At that value, it should jump to infinity. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is 1 minus 1 over cosine theta. One plus what? It should be going the other way. Is it just 1 over cosine theta? Minus 1. So then I think this is where R would go. No. R goes after everything. So it would just be this. Okay. And then I guess, let me go ahead and say I can scale this out so it's looking at degrees. I would do that, I think, for just by multiplying this by the factor. So it'd be 180 over pi. Am I dumb? It's in radians. I want this in degrees. I think it's actually times pi over 180. And I reset the graph. There we go. X-axis for -10, and I'll make this 200. 200. Well, actually, I guess it'd be like 100 or 90. Yeah, 200. I can't decide. Okay. So what this should mean is that an angle of 45 degrees, in my mind, an angle of 45 degrees means I have to move it down by the radius. That's not what I get. I don't get half. Yeah, I want the slope of the line that the angle creates. How do I get that? What is cosine of 5/4? This value. Am I thinking of tangent? So the value should go up when this value gets closer to 9. In fact, yeah, I was going to say 2 should be undefined. Ah, I'm thinking of tangent. So it's halfway up. I think that's a 1/6. What's half? Yeah, I'm thinking of tangent. Okay. Tangent theta 0. So this should be... I need to wind it forward. So then say I need to say pi/2. Yeah, that's correct. No, this is not correct. Oh wait, that's already fine. That's already fine. Because 0 is no change. So at x0... Oh, no, at x0... Theta is the input to my function. Am I thinking of cosine over sine, or is it sine over cosine? I might be thinking the other way around. Because I think tangent is cosine over sine. Okay, I want the other one. I want cosine over sine. We should just flip it around, I think. Yeah. But not quite. No, I do have to shift it. Okay, I do have to shift it. Well, that's interesting. It's like almost a straight line, but it's not. Interesting. Is cosine theta just the same thing as 1 minus, or like, no, I don't think so. It's shifted by, yeah, because I have to modify this value. So it's not, I would have to take it out. Yeah, I think this is correct. Yeah, so just tangent already is fine. And then this is like how much I have to move it. So I would think at F45, I have to move it 1 unit of the radius. At 60, I have to move it less. 90 is just perfectly 0. Oh, wait. No. Our cosine of cosine theta 90 is pi over 2. Is pi, I mean, duh, right? So I would get pi over 2 is what I would get. So the tangent, I want this to be nothing. Okay. So what I want to say is I want to say pi minus pi over 2. Okay. So yeah, minus, I can add as well. It actually doesn't matter which one of these I use. It literally doesn't matter. But I want to shift it right, which means subtract it, which is exactly what I would do here. Okay. So I subtract the value. So then, Okay. I'm just gonna stop with that part of it. Okay. So 0 degrees, no change at 1.7 something. Huh. Also, I don't need absolute value. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this has flipped the wrong way around. Yeah, and I don't need 1 over it. I don't know why I'm doing that. Yeah, it's just already perfect. It's already just perfect. So at pi over 2, which means we're 90 degrees, which is the... I dot the up vector with that, which should give me 1 when they're aligned. Which will give me 0. So I don't do this. Zero when they're tangent. 90 degrees, and then negatives when they're just the other way around. Okay. Also, wait. So 0, that's pi over 2. 1, 0. Negative 1 is pi. Maybe what I should do is I should make this the arc cosine of x. It's gonna be f of x. And now I think I'm visualizing this better. So when I get 1, the result is 0. So I'm plugging 0 into this equation, which now I want to actually do this. Okay. Do I really need to add? No. Oh, well, this is actually correct. No, this is what I want. So as this value increases, I'm confusing myself, to be honest. So at 1, I don't want any movement. As the value becomes 0, I need it to move up. Right, because now we're becoming tangent to the ground. So at... Okay, it is just tangent of the angle. I don't do movement with it. Okay. Yep. Okay, so then I would say, yeah, I would think at 45 degrees, I need to move it down by the radius. Right? At 45 degrees, I need to move it down by the radius. So it should be pi over 4, which is wrong. Or am I saying 0.5? What am I saying? The arc cosine of x. Let me just say x. Okay, so f of pi over 4 should be 1. We need to move the full length of the radius. Visually, that makes sense in my head. Okay. And then I should just I would just be multiplying it by the radius. So x is the arc cosine. The angle. Okay, let me try n is pi over 2, and then I have the cosine of n, and then I have the tangent of n. Can this be a slider, please? Steps of pi over 8 or something. Right, okay. So at 0, no slope. At pi, no slope, no change. And then once we're halfway, this should be a quarter. Can I go like... No, it's fine. 0, pi over 8, pi over 4, 3 pi over 8, pi over 2. So essentially in here, I'm not sold on it. I think it's tangent though. I think it really is tangent. Mainly for this, because tangent gives you the slope. That's literally what it is. It's y over x. Actually, that's all I needed to see. Y over x, right? Okay, well, I am looking at the AI. Tangent. Tangent. Function. Flashbang. Tangent is y over x. Right, that is slope. So here the slope is 1, the slope is higher than 1, the slope is infinite, and then it's just the other way around. So what I can say is this should just probably be the bars of that, which will just... I literally can just use tangent. It's odd. So then tangent, and this is how far down I need to move it. So I guess I invert this. So as my slope increases, I need to go down by r. I guess I can just write tan of x. Negative r tan x. Yeah, I probably should bar it. So we're only moving it down. We're not going to move it up infinity. We're going to move it down. And then I would also have a max function here. So maybe say like 2. Or I guess this would be that. No. what? Yeah, invert this. Yeah, okay, like that. So this would be my floor. I guess I can call this F. So I can raise it. Okay. I've figured it out. So I do this. If slope fix enabled, I need theta. So then I do what does tan return? I need to know what tan returns very specifically in the case that I give it pi over 2. Okay. Well, let me go find it. Should be in math. Math funks. It may be here. So it uses the standard library for tan. Am I missing something? Why is tan not actually here? There it is. Tan. It uses standard library tan. Okay, so what does the standard library say? Oh gosh, wrong place. This is so bright. Okay, what do you say when I give pi over 2? They just don't have it. Mathematical poles. No common floating person is able to represent pi over 2 exactly. There's no value of the argument for which a pole error occurs. Well, yes. But really? I mean, I guess they're correct. You physically can't represent pi over 2. You literally can't. It is impossible in binary. It's an irrational number. But are you sure? But are you sure? I mean, I guess I just don't worry about it then. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's weird. That's... Okay. That's a brain buster right there. If I write pi over 2, it's not going to give me undefined. It's going to give me... Actually, what does it give me? Is it a positive or negative number? That's a good question. This could be either one. It could be positive or negative. I will be absolute valuing it anyway. Yeah, I'm actually curious. Let me just make like a... I should really have something like that, shouldn't I? Scene, world. I'm doing it. I'm going to do this on world. I'm going to have a button that just... I can go to the inspector and click the button, and it will just do something. It'll be at the very bottom. What is it? Tool button. Hey, Danilin. This is not a tool, though, so I can't do that. Okay, so I'm going to make this a tool. I need to be careful. That process, yeah, okay. So these gotta... these can't run. Today I was animating in Blender. Found some nice stuff I can do with Godot. Like what? Why is it upset with this? Tool buttons can only be used in tool scripts. Well, yeah, duh. I really don't want this to execute anything. Should I be... Actually, should I move this to not be here? Alright, I'm gonna make it this not here. I'm gonna make like a node that I can throw in just to run some code and not do this because I'm worried now that this could like explode. Literally explode. I think this is what it looked like. I have an extra line under physics process, or I need to have an extra line. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna make a thing here. Node. Yeah, I want to see what tangent of pi over 2 is. Is it positive or negative? I'm just really curious. Positive. That's... How did I get that? I got like exactly negative... What? Interesting number. I'm just really curious now. Is that really doing that? I'm adding a smaller and smaller value and it's like still just negative that. A very specific number. Now it's 1. Now it's a bunch of 9s. When does it represent this as 0? I don't know. I'm just like messing around with this. Like this is kind of still negative. I think this is just cool. It needs to this needs to become 0 at some point, right? So it'll become positive again. Maybe about here. Yep. Exactly there. I was curious. I needed to experiment. Totally useless, but yeah, I just forgot the fact that like I over 2 can actually be represented perfectly by a computer. There's always precision loss. But it is positive. It's a very big positive value. Alright. Well, that was fun. Okay. Slip fix enabled, so I have an angle here. So theta should be like... Oh, wait. Angle 0. Yeah, that's right. Angle 0, no change. Angle pi over 2, 90 degrees, infinite. Okay. So then I say... I should just be able to say pause y, add instance slope fix base radius, or actually it would be subtract base radius times tangent of theta. This is already negative, isn't it? Oh gosh. Right, so I would do add this is what I should be doing. I should be adding this. So negative... Actually, should I not be barring that? I should be barring this. Yeah, I want to figure out how to make this work like that. So it should be min f. And then this whole thing becomes a negative. Yeah. So minus... Do I need bars? Yeah, I need bars. So minus base radius times the absolute value. Do I need to write tan f? No. Tan returns a float, which is actually a double. I can write abs f here to make sure that it's a float. Doubles. And then I would say... the lower value between this one and instance slope fix limit. Well, actually, I guess not. I think a hard limit of like 100 actually is probably better. Slope fix enabled. I drop the height by the absolute value of the tangent of theta multiplied by the base radius. Yep. Okay. Okay. So what I can do now is I can go here. I can set the base radius to what it is supposed to be, which I actually don't remember what it's supposed to be. This is that one. I mean, I just should do both of them. Please. Uh, 0.6, did I say like 0.635? Let's say 0.64. Don't save. And then limits, not more than a meter. Gee, let me see if limits. No, I'll just leave that. That's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. Okay. Yeah, so now I should be able to say this and just leave it like that. So it's always at least 10 centimeters into the ground, right? So this should 100% fix this one that I'm looking at right here. I need to align myself. Okay. So looking at this one very closely, I'm going to check this. Nothing there. Okay. So slope fix should work there. Oh, I have to turn it on. Turn it on. And then I should hit clear and rerun it, and this should straighten the ground. I should not see it poking out anymore. Clear, populate. Dang it. What did I do wrong? Yeah, this is correct. Minus... It should not have hit the limit, for sure. Oh, this is position 3D. Am I dumb? Yes. Position 3D. Clear. Bang. Bang. Oh, yeah. So all of those should be never poking out from the ground ever again, anywhere. Very cool. Okay. And then I want to see how far out of the ground this can go. So I'll just check. almost exactly 0.15. So it did just happen to go all the way into the ground. It didn't actually raise itself, which is great. Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Now, I was going to say it could be possible here, where they like place on a flat area and then it drops quickly. But that should be... I mean, it should just be fixed permanently. These ones aren't fixed. The blue ones, which... There's no blue ones over here for some reason. Oh, right. Okay. So then the next thing is I want to make it so that I have outputs for when I click populate, it does a check and says how many times did it fail to place one and how many times did it succeed in placing one. Essentially just to say, hey, you should consider fixing your densities. If we fail more than like 10% of the time, that's too many failures, you need to drop the density or something. Or decrease the minimum space, one of the two. If it fails like never, and you have minimum spacing, so probably like less than 2% of the time it fails, then maybe you say, okay, well, you maybe need to increase your minimum distance or increase your density because you're not filling the area enough as much as you might think you should be. And then there's some minimum number of times you have to place an instance as well to make sure that that result is not like too variable. Like just changing the seed could fix it. Okay. I should probably go ahead and send this before I continue because this is a thing on its own. Okay, so slope curve, that changed. Variation settings, slope fix. And for some reason I have a curve here. With 2 points. Oh, yeah, that's a density slope. Duh. And I guess before I continue, I should also make this one work as well. This one's like spot on. So maybe I say 0.46. Oh, I need to modify by the scale as well. I forgot about that part. The scale is very important to be considered. Yeah, which means I guess I have to move this. Can the chunk save? I could use vector 4s. I could do that. This would just include an additional value for the slope, so I can modify it correctly. I've got to do that. Because I know the slope here, and I only want to call it one time for speed purposes. So I need to have that. Maybe it's actually not a big deal to ask here as well. To request the normal. But I could be asking for it twice. And I know ahead of time if I need it. Oh, and this is wrong. Oh, no, this is right. Never mind. Well, I'm watching a movie that isn't normie. I don't know. Old movies. Movies pre-2010 or something. Also, should position just be a packed vector 4? It should be, shouldn't it? Yeah, it should be. Are chunks set? Yeah, this should be a packed. It should be a pact, but I think there's actually no difference there. Part of it's kind of like duplication. Every time I call append, it's going to be weird. Okay, so let me do this. Pause 3D. So I need to say position. And this will just be 0. Okay. So if I have either one of these, I'm going to compute data and save it. So that I have it later when I need it. And then now I need to check this. Is position 2... Oh no, that's fine. Position 2 close uses that. Oh, but it will grab positions from here. Oh, they're position X and Z. Oh, this is great though. That should already work perfectly. I hit enter by accident. Whoops. Distance squared to a pause 2. Yeah, this should be fine. And then up here, wait, do I still have this? Okay, good. I forgot that I kind of deleted that. I need to make sure I don't grab something. So positions, chunks, get, this is actually going to be a packed vector 4 array. So this will be that, and then at the random height, scale amount, which I can just multiply by scale amount, I guess. Wish I could just pull it all the way up here. If instance slope fix enabled, then I can do origin y minus this times w. Vector 4 should be w, right? Why is it w x y z? X, Y, Z, W is the last one, and then W is the first one here? Okay. I really wish they had conversions between, like, vector 2s, vector 3s, and vector 4s. Where I could just initialize a vector 4 using a vector 3 at the front. They could do it. It'd be nice. Okay, if I have a slope fix enabled, then I need to do scale amount times instance slope fix base radius times that with the limit. This does modify. This does actually change things too much, so never mind. I need to. My bad. This needs to be here. And then if I have this, this just happens down here. Yeah, I should not change the order of these rand calls. In fact, so I don't change the order of the rand calls, maybe I just put the rand calls at the top, so they're always ordered. Whoa, where did I just go? I just teleported. I'll just call it tilt amount, I guess. Uh-oh. That's a mistake. That is a mistake. And then rand color. If slope fix enabled, origin y minus this. All randoms happen in a deterministic order every time. Cool. All right, cool. Okay, it should just have been the exact same thing. I didn't have any crazy scaling happening in the first place, but now scaling is incorporated and things are always consistently below the ground. Except maybe times like this, it's a bit odd because it places it on this normal and then that edge is actually a little bit down. Which just means I have to make sure the offset is always into the ground some amount. No matter what. But I don't have to do something crazy like always have it a whole foot in the ground. It's just I can have most of it exposed. Yeah, because ideally I want as little into the ground as possible. Always. But at least some amount so that even in extreme places like this, it doesn't stick out. So I'm kind of surprised he even placed there, because I feel like this is like more than 45 degrees. I guess it gets really lucky here. Yeah, this just got really lucky somehow. It's probably like right here on that point. Or I can't see angles very well. One of those two. Okay, I've included scale now. It seems like it still worked. Seems. Vector 4 arrays. Yeah, this was a really big mistake because this is a random chance that I call the random number generator. I want to call it the same number of times every time, no matter what. So if I do something where I change the tilt amount, I'm not suddenly going to get instances. Well, the location of instances never changes, but I'm not going to suddenly start getting a different color. Right? Because then random will have been called one additional time, and then the color and the scale can change. I don't want that to change, depending. It would be silly if I change the tilt amount and suddenly the colors of everything and the scales of everything change. They start like fluctuating, which I still don't know if in the future I'm going to have support for that, but I still like the idea of being able to click the sliders like on the tilt and bring up the tilt, and then every placed instance just starts increasing its tilt, or I change the color and every color of the one that I'm changing starts modulating to the new values I'm putting in. Right now I have to click clear and then to repopulate to see things. And this region variation setting should probably be listed not there. Or this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, good. It didn't do something insane. I thought maybe for a second I moved the entire region, which would have been silly. And apparently I deleted a line there, which I don't want to do that, so bring that back. Okay, cool. And I guess I technically have an extra line now that I should get rid of then. Okay. And then I have this test node. I'll do that as a different commit. Okay. Add add slope fixing to terrain instances. Also set slope density curves. And then can now can set base radius size for instances to significantly reduce the chances of instances popping out of the terrain on slopes. And this should be listed at the top, actually. Fix RNG. And then fix RNG for instances where tilt amount could alter colors scale and color of future instances. Moved all RNG calls to the top so the order stays consistent, and yeah, so the order stays consistent. Okay. It's weird that I still look at my keyboard sometimes, even though there's no letters on it. I don't know why I do that. Somehow this still helps me. Okay, so now I want to add this. This thing. Okay. Add testing node for running code in editor. Without having to change existing code or run the game. Cool. And I forgot the next thing. Slopes are in. Slope fixing is in. Is the next thing just making it so I can click these and they show up and I can modify them? This will put it in like solo mode so that adding, or I guess picking, only works on the one I've selected. And in here, adding and picking, well, adding works on the one I've selected and then picking works on anything. Okay. And then I need to rework the toolbar so that this stuff is hidden. Oh, and then subtract stuff. Subtract. Why is picking not working right now? What? I can't click anything. What happened? Is it bugged instantly? It's bugged instantly. Okay, that's... I'm holding Alt. I'm holding Alt, which means... Alright, yeah, I guess I gotta fix this now because it's instantly bugged. That's really annoying. Okay, now it's fixed. Select mode is like weirdly bugged. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, I guess I'm fixing that bug first. I really don't get it. It really doesn't make sense to me. It must be some mistake in here. Could it be that edited node becomes null somehow? That would make it happen. But no, because I click here and I click back and then it's still... I'm still bugged. So it's not that that's being null. So I'm not in tool mode add vertex. I'm in tool mode select the vertex. Clear vertex marker when deselecting this tool. That's the vertex marker, by the way. And then I'm getting this like error printout that like I can't add it because it already exists. Which is that coming from here? No. Oh, here it is. Vertex already exists. So it's thinking that I'm in add vertex mode when I'm not in add vertex mode. I'm in select vertex mode. I guess what if I click add, then already exists on the polygon. Then if I hold Alt and click, it tells me that. So what does it think I am right now? Terrain point dot around. Terrain point. Project terrain mouse position. Am I no longer updating the mouse position? I'm not. Oh, wow. What? Oh, no. I am updating mouse position. Mouse position is actually being changed where? What? Mouse position is being changed where? Update mouse position. VP mouse position. Edit to node intersect terrain. Show blue marker nearest terrain vertex when adding vertices. So I'm in add mode. So it uses plug-in mouse position, input mouse motion, super confused. So is it that edited region becomes nothing? This is what I don't get. I really don't understand what's happening right now. It's just... Okay, so this is supposed to render here. So I'm just going to do a print placing snapped vertex at, and then global point. Okay, so it's not updating. It's not updating, right? It's not getting that far. So why is it not getting that far? What is the problem? Is it edited handle? I guess I can say here. Maybe this. Okay, so it's still not running when I drag it over. So then what about here? Yeah, I know it's going to be a bug. I just move it. Just move it back down. What? So is it the edited handle thing? I'm editing something right now, is what it says. Apparently I'm editing something. So this means commit is not deleting it. Somehow. Somehow commit didn't delete. Which should be impossible. If not edited handle, return. And then every time before I return, I clear it. It's always being cleared. So somehow we got in here without clearing. Somehow we returned without clearing. How is that possible? It shouldn't be possible. unless begin handle action. This is the only place I do it. So this would be begin handle action. And I don't call this from anywhere else, right? I don't call it. So I will say print started editing and I'll just do that. And then commit, I will say here and then I'm just going to, apparently I'm still editing. Okay, well, placing snap vertex, I can take that away. I don't need to see that anymore. I think it's fine. But now it's like bugged again, and I don't see the pink one. Okay. Oh no, I guess that is correct. All right. So if I just go here and I click started editing, and then I didn't commit it, apparently. So is that my fault? I'm just clicking and it says started editing and it doesn't say committed. Started, committed, started. Yeah, like what? Why is it not? How is it not committing? How can that be possible? Is it this? Is this doing it? The set handle here? It gets confused and clears it early? Okay. Alright, alright. Anywhere that I clear it early. Let me check. So these are the places I'm gonna print clearing early. Or edit. Interrupt 1. Edit interrupt 2. These are all in the commits, so that's fine. So it's just these two spots. Is that somehow doing this? I'm just gonna delete these so I can like get back to normal here. Okay. And then select does this. I just click. The thing is, this started with 4.6, right? This wasn't happening until 4.6. because it calls a start, which means I returned a non-zero value because handle ID comes in. And then somehow it's not calling, it's not registering the release click anymore. It doesn't commit it if I just click. Is this a thing where start, edit? Let me look at this. Secondary? Secondary bool. Is this like a secondary thing? I have no idea what secondary means. Is that what this is? Why it gets bugged? The other thing is I can't even start another one anymore. I guess it's from, oh, I guess it's an intersect array. Handles intersect array, denies it if we have an edit going on. Maybe it's a secondary thing. Maybe this was a bug previously. Secondary false, and it's bugged again. No way we're compiling today, right? This is a stupid bug. I don't understand how this could happen. Begin handle action should definitely not be getting called one time and then commit just never being called. How can commit never be called? Maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. Maybe this is happening. Which wouldn't make any sense. I'd be getting called commit handle before I call set. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Bug. Hey everyone. Nothing could ever make sense. This is an engine bug, I'm thinking. I'm skeptical. I've looked at what I've done. I don't do this. I don't manage editing state. That's totally by the engine. But it's happening literally every time where if I just click, I start a commit edit. I start an edit, but then I never get called commit. Which is stupid. Maybe start. Yeah, so this doesn't even say... This doesn't even stop you from, like, restarting a new edit, either. But it kind of makes sense because of this. Essentially, that's what it's doing. However, if I take this, this was added recently. If I do this, which this creates another bug. Put that back. I want to actually comment it out. Essentially, handles intersect array is always trying to do something, and now it's really, really laggy for some reason. I don't know what's going on right now. If I do this and click and drag, if I move my mouse near this other point, okay, it was happening where I could, yep, I just grabbed a different point. I literally don't understand why, but I just grabbed a different point and started moving at a different point. So, right? I didn't release my mouse at all the whole time. I did not release my mouse. It just started grabbing, it just started modifying a different point. It's also doing this, which I don't want to do. It's changing my focus. And it's because I'm allowing myself to start another edit while I'm editing something. So I added this, whoops. I added this so that I can't start an edit unless I'm clicking, and I can't start an edit if I'm already editing. I don't wanna do this stuff. So I added that, and now, okay, well, if I hit save, now this doesn't happen anymore. It only responds when I click, which is what I wanted. But now if I do a single click, it starts an edit, and it doesn't commit the edit for some reason. But there's no way. This is such a dumb thing. First of all, it's dumb that I can start an edit while I'm editing something. That's stupid. Because the way that it works is that calls handles intersect array for the purpose of starting an I've clicked, essentially. I guess what I can say is just don't do this if I'm not clicking, maybe? But then it's like if I just clicked. So now it means I'm not gonna be running these like expensive stuff when I'm just mousing around. But if I'm clicking and dragging, I'm still gonna end up starting an edit for something else. Here's what I want to see. I want to go look at the code for the engine and figure out where this is being called, because I think I know a way I can fix it without doing the engine, which would just be saying begin handle action. If edit handle already exists, just return it. And then here, I just drop this. I think those two changes stop me from suddenly editing something different. And also stop me from constantly doing this update stuff. No, because this will change the active thing. This will change it. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. No, I think this all needs to be like that. I think this does have to be an engine thing. Begin. Begin action or something. Begin a handle action. So essentially commit handle doesn't get called somehow. So I'll look for where commit handle is being called. If original mouse position is not equal to edit mouse position. Without dragging them. Can commit handle on click. So I don't have that. Gizmo get plugin can't commit handle on it on click. Why can't I override it? Okay. Editor scene 3D. Is this new? If it's new, if it's a 4.6 change, I'm actually gonna explode. There was literally just no thought put into that. Editor scene 3D. Node 3D editor gizmos. Line 1151. What? I'm on the wrong file. Editor scene 3D node 3D editor gizmos. Editor scene 3D node 3D editor gizmos. I'm not there. Can commit. Oh, it's new. It's new! Yeah, this guy's an idiot. Straight up. Literally just... Oh, I want to leave a comment. I want to leave an angry comment. I want to say you're stupid. It's different. Issues... Like, here's the thing. This is like an egregious change. The default should be true. This is actually so egregious. They have changed behavior in a patch. They've changed the API in a patch. This is egregious. This is sickening. This is also, this should be first. This Boolean check should be first because this is like a vector check. This should be a Boolean check first. And this is so bad. I can't believe it. I can't believe they accepted this commit. It's so bad. Not even with a comment anywhere. No one left a comment on this. Issues. I'm gonna search for Gizmo. It's gotta be open. I'm making an issue right now if it's not. What is this ordering? I feel like okay. Just Most recent, please. Yeah, okay, I can't see that. All right, I'm making an issue. I can't find it. Bug report. Horrible bug. Okay. Default behavior of node. What is it? Node editor node 3D gizmo plugin. Editor node 3D gizmo plugin. Editor node 3D gizmo. Oh my gosh. Is this what it's called, by the way? Editor node 3D gizmo plugin. All right. I'm going to call this a regression. With click. With handle click commits. Oh, this is so long. Please follow the guidelines in this template. Write a description of the title. Godot is always open to one issue for one bug. I have no clue. I mean, I searched. Tested versions. What is this? Be nice respectfully, of course. I'm not, this is not, they did not respect me, all right? First of all, they didn't respect me. This is a disrespectful change. Like, okay. It's one thing if it's like if it's your personal project, all right, sure, change the default behavior on a whim. This is a very public thing. Maybe this API is like kind of, you know, underused. Not many people use it, I think. But this has made it so that logic which relies on begin and commit, a begin always being followed by a commit, has been broken. And it leaves, I think, just the default behavior, the default implementation. So anyone who writes this is going to assume, okay, I have a click, I need to save some state. I need to know what I'm editing. And then I need to clear that state or update it as I edit it until I call commit. That's the expectation. In fact, I could even go look at the documentation, and maybe the documentation says node editor node 3D gizmo plugin. It doesn't even have a description, actually, which is funny. Also, I think it's really annoying that you can't use your own. This is also partially caused by the fact that I have maybe a bit more custom stuff here. Let me think about that. This is not API. This is not API. The way that you would normally do this is really, really weird. You have to essentially... Yeah, you're only allowed access to sub-gizmos intersect ray. I would have to call set handle. Or no, what would I call? You have to use sub-gizmos, which is weird. Honestly, the API should just have that. It should just be in there. I don't know why there's no description for this. Did I add this? No, it's there, because I'm looking at the public. It's here in public. It's right there. But this is definitely, it's definitely a regression. What did they... Including the git commit hash if using a development or non-official build. So I guess I can just do tag. It's just 4.6. Stable. 4.6 stable. It wasn't unit tested. Not even unit testing. Like, it's genuinely such a small commit. They should have looked at this and said, wait a second, the default is false. We're now changing the default behavior. And I'm assuming it's not even mentioned. Lick. This is commit 060F. Wait, what is this? Oh, these are pull requests. What's the pull request? Who knows? It's been lost. Handle? Revert. Funny. This is soft body. Because this is, it was made correct here. Soft body 3D gizmo plugin. True. The thing is, I wonder if this is breaking a lot of these. Because surely some other places are expecting that a start is always followed by an end. It's literally not mentioned. How can I see... It must have a pull request, right? It has to have a pull request. It was looked at, no one... I can't fix it. I just thought of like how I can fix it. I can't fix it. PR... soft. Is it this one? No. Oh, I can look for the author. Not copy link, just copy the name. Wait, how does he have so many? How is he doing like several a day? What the hell? Oh my gosh. It should be closed. Dude. One second. I'm back. Also, I just realized something. This commit literally doesn't do anything, by the way. He changed the default behavior, which has broken things. And the one thing I guess that it broke, he fixed, but everything has been coded with the assumption that a click is going to begin and commit instantly. Or I can just click and hold and not move a mouse and let go. That should be an edit as well. So the commit literally doesn't do anything. And I'm starting to think at this point, it doesn't even have a pull request. I'm starting to think it doesn't now have a pull request at all. What is happening? July 9. Okay. Oh, it already said 7 months ago. Yeah, but July... It does. Space. With various node types, it works as expected. Code looks good to me. No, this, like, I don't understand. I was gonna say, maybe they looked at this line and they, like, didn't think... No, he just straight up just literally looked straight at it and was like... Bug. Unreverts the 3D gizmo handle part of this. Unreverts. 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 First of all, unreverts is a crazy word. Unreverts. Currently, left clicking without moving will commit a transform and handles unnecessarily flooding the log output and history with transform messages. Okay, but you still need to be notified about that. That's not the fix. The fix is to ask, did anything change? Yes or no? Okay, nothing changed. Don't make a change. And what if I have something where a click will edit something without moving my mouse? Because that's what it does. It asks if you move the mouse. What if a click and not moving the mouse should have made a change? Like maybe I have an arrow key. I need to click something and press an arrow key, or I type in a number. Or like I just click and I start an edit. I don't know. Right? I don't know. I feel like the fact that begin is being called without a commit later is the problem. Begin, yeah, it's wrong. No, you shouldn't call begin until you start moving the mouse. Okay. Oh my god, they're stupid. Do not commit yeah, they're actually just stupid. I want to be honest. This is like the problem, okay, sure. You don't want to commit the change if you didn't change anything. But binding the change to requiring a mouse movement is stupid. And additionally, starting the change anyway without a mouse movement is probably the mistake. I feel like a click in a release should not even start a transaction. I think that's where the problem is. Also, hang on, also, even worse, actually, even worse, the way it's checked, if I click and drag and bring it back and release, that should be a change. So this is still, it's still really bad. It's actually still really, really bad. This should not be handled here. It shouldn't handle it here. The actual Gizmo plugin should be determining whether or not it needs to commit if no change was made. If it relies on the mouse being moved for the change to happen, then okay, it can check that. But sometimes that may not be the case. Because it's still a bug where if I click and I drag away and I just happen to land right back in the same pixel in release, I don't know, what if I have some like weird logarithmic scaling handle where dragging it away and dragging it back changes it by different amounts? So a change still has been made and it will still be visual. It just won't have called commit, and people who rely on commit to being called to start a new edit, it's broken. It's broken. So 4.6 stable. Please test earlier. I'll say not present in, not present earlier. System information. Help copy system info. Okay. Help copy system info. Great. Issue description. This is a regression in behavior caused by binding handle commits to mouse to final mouse position differences. Some dev plugins I'll say documentation is non-existent for the begin handle action. Is that what it's called? Begin handle action, yeah. However, it seems to be a general expectation that commits are always called after a begin action. A recent change. I guess I can even actually mark the exact commit. I guess I'll do that. Copy. It should just, yeah, it should just shorten it. Okay. The following commit causes this regression. This may be to clean up state and alter gizmo rendering. Yeah. Additionally, it is a poor assumption that no change should be made if the mouse moves and happens to return exactly to the original location. such as a tool that requires dragging over various objects with the mouse button held and then released. It is possible to drop the action entirely if the dev happened to return to the original location. In my opinion, this should just be reverted entirely, and a better system that waits until mouse motion before starting the edit instead. Otherwise, expose this method as new API and set the default to be true and fix the spam directly on the Gizmo plugins that require mouse motion. For action commits. Steps to reproduce. No steps. Change is clear from the couple lines of code in the commit, which alters default behavior for others with no remedy made available. Not applicable. Okay. Regression with handle click commits. Regression behavior caused by binding handle commits to final mouse position differences. Documentation is non-existent for the begin handle action method. However, it seems to be a general expectation that commits are always called after a begin action, especially when the mouse is not actually moved. Start is always a begin, always followed by an end. This may be to clean up state. This end may be to clean up state, which affects Gizmo rendering interactions. For developer plugins. Additionally, there's a poor assumption that no change should be made if the mouse moves and happens to return exactly to the original location, such as a tool that requires dragging over various objects with the mouse button held and then released. It's possible to drop the action entirely if the dev happened to return to the original location. This often results in bad state when clicking handles and returning to the original location. In my opinion, this should just be reverted entirely, implement a better system that waits until mouse motion before starting the edit instead. Before starting the edit. Instead of effectively dropping the edit action at the end. Yeah. Otherwise, expose this method, which is as a new API and set the default to be true and fix the spam directly on the Gizmo plugins that require mouse motion for action commits. No steps. The change is clear from a couple of lines of code in the commit, which alters the default behavior for others with no remedy made available. Okay, that's it. This makes me mad. Like, I'm literally just gonna go, I'm straight up just gonna go and change it to be true. Like, that's all I gotta do is just change that one line to be true. Like, I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. Genuinely shocks me. And like maybe I could say, if I was giving him like the absolute benefit of the doubt, he saw this up here and thought that was the default. But then if that was the case, then he literally didn't even read the pull request, apparently. He literally didn't read the text of the pull request because it says, make it so the default is false, but then fix soft body so that you can just click. Because like it's definitely a case where you click and you click on one object and maybe you drag it to another object and then you return back and you just happen to do that. But like that should have made some kind of change. So then it just drops it and you're like, okay, well, now my gizmos just don't work anymore. I can't click anything. The drawing is being weird, like that kind of stuff. And he even commented saying like, hey, by the way, this comment, you need a space before that. Let's put a space in there. Crazy to me. I mean, maybe he also just straight up forgot this is a public API. Maybe he literally just forgot that too. Maybe he thought it was internal only and literally no one has ever written editor node 3D Gizmo plugin before. Because you can. But you can. Begin handle action commit handle. Can be hidden is exposed. That line is right here. Can be hidden right there. Virtual. They even mark it virtual. Like, why is it not available? Why was it not an API? Why was it false by default? Why? Does it make me mad? What did I change there? Oh. I forgot to commit that a long time ago. Here's the thing, I really thought I was going to be done for a while. And this is literally purely a stupid engine bug that someone added. At least 2 people just straight up didn't think about it. They saw default behavior was changed and they just did not consider the fact that someone else relies on default behavior. You shouldn't change default behavior in patch versions or minor versions unless it's obviously a bug. Like people have complained to you and said something bad is happening, you gotta fix it. No, it's just annoying. All for console logging. Hey, when I click, it prints a console message, and that's annoying to me. We gotta change the default behavior right now. Like I said, one way, don't start an edit unless you're going to commit. An edit can't start until you move the mouse. That's good. Or just go into the code and make it so commit has to return whether or not it actually has done something. So now you can avoid doing any changes if commit didn't do anything. So now you don't have the print. Like, there are literally just smarter ways. This was a very lazy fix. It was very lazy and thoughtless. I mean, that's why you end up having the Godot counter. Yeah, I literally had done it so many times. I was like, you know what? Maybe I just see how long I can go. 6 is the record, and that's just because I was like not working very much. 50 times a month is a cent. Yeah. My record was 4 for months. 4 days without compiling about was the max. And then 6 just happened, and that was just because I was doing something that really didn't require me to go and edit thing, and now I updated to version 4.6, and now they're making me do work. What was this? Fix floating values in resources. Dude, console logging. Just don't start the edit. I feel like the first thing I would think of is, oh, don't start the edit until we've moved the mouse. Their thought is, no, don't commit the edit if the mouse ends up in the same position that we started in. Yeah. I'm going to export engine building. I'm losing it. I'm actually going crazy. I'm so mad. Git add editor. What a great commit. Change default. Yeah, just fix editor gizmo plugin regression. There we go. The thing is, don't start the edit until I move the mouse. I feel like that part should have even been like the original implementation. If I click and I don't move the mouse, I shouldn't start an edit. Right? Like a single click. I feel like I would see the single click and I'm like, oh no, that shouldn't have been an action. Let me go, like literally my first thing is I go in, don't start the edit until I move the mouse. It's a very common case where a click at the beginning and edit starts doing some UI thing. It starts doing stuff. And it could even be an expensive thing, like that takes 1/10 of a second. So if I'm single clicking on stuff, suddenly things just, like I'm noticing like stutters happen constantly. Like why is it happening? I'm not doing anything. It's that one. No, they're like, it's a weird thing. But then my second thing would be, okay, let's make commit transaction return a Boolean or something. Does it return a Boolean? Let's make it return a Boolean now. So now we say true if something happened. At least then I'd like load up my plugin and it'd say, hey, your plugin has a syntax error because you're not returning a Boolean now. I'm like, oh, what is this? Okay, I have to return a Boolean if I did something. All right, cool, sure, I do that. I can just check, hey, did any positions change? Does stuff that I care about change? Yes or no? I say no. It doesn't print the log if I say no. If I say yes, it prints the log, and then I would like hit Control Z. Like that's the idea. Essentially, it prints it if you can press Control Z to undo it. That's like the whole point of that. Best way, don't start data until I move the mouse. Second best way, make it return a Boolean. Dumbest way, let's just drop the transaction if the mouse is in the same position that we started in. Without considering the fact that it's pretty obvious that begin handle action is saving state that will be cleared when I call commit. That genuinely, that's the expectation. I think even their code, that's what they do, right? I go look at their code. Begin handle action. Initialize handle action. In fact, they all just call this helper class. I mean, the word initialize, like, come on, right? You're obviously saving memory there. See what happens when they do commit. Helper commit hand, which, I mean, just we'll do the same thing. It just frees up stuff. Okay, so now I don't get in a weird bug state when I click, right? And this is also the thing too. I want to be able to click to toggle what I have selected. I want that ability. Cool. It's fixed. No code change on my part. It's also just a dumb thing that clicking and dragging is constantly calling that. It's constantly trying to start a new action as well, which is really crazy to me. Because if like I said earlier, when I was just like clicking and dragging, I would drag over a different vertex. Suddenly I'm editing that vertex. How does that make any sense? I wonder if I can reproduce that by clicking like a CSG something, a CSG node. Let me add a CSG node and see if I can drag over a different one. No? Okay. I wonder how they stop that from happening, because this is exactly what would happen. I would drag over here and it would just start editing a new one instantly. So I wonder how they stop that from happening. How do they do it? I gotta go find it. Oh, it should just be right here. Polygon editor. They have... Oh, they don't, really. I guess they use the sub gizmo thing. Oh no, they just straight up, they don't even use that actually. Fixing one thing revealed another. I mean, that was always happening, which I just didn't notice. Yeah. But the other thing where like clicking doesn't just like breaks my plugin because it expects commit to be called. Sherbaness off to bed. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming by. Have a good night. I fixed it. It was just changing false to true. I just wonder like what they did. It looks like for here they don't use it at all. Oh, they use intersex ray. No, wait, what? Yeah, I don't know. I think they only use sub gizmos. No, because what I saw at one point when I was looking at how to implement mine was that they were using handles intersex ray. And I was like, wait a second, I need to use that. That's what I want to use. For some reason, that one wasn't exposed. Only the sub gizmo one was. Which sub gizmo requires just a whole extra mess of implementation detail to make work, and is really, really annoying. Alright, anyway, that's that. Whoa. I should have no changes. I deleted a line 277. How did I do that? I mean, actually, it should. It was there? Yeah. Actually, this line should probably be gone. Okay. The vertices changed? Oh, I did change the vertice by accident. I'm just going to restore that, I think. Can I restore interactively? Nope. I can add interactively. I wish the W key would work. No. Oh wait, no. But yes. No. Yes. And then I can do git restore. Okay. I've already pushed. All right, we're good. Okay. Yes, reload. And I was going to say I could click this and zoom in on it, but I cannot. Okay. Right, okay, so what I do now is I want this to... I want this to have different colors. So I have surface material, surface faded, path, path faded. So let me make those work. Surface faded. So redraw. There's path. Blue marker. It should be here. Oh yeah, it's right here. Surface material. And just say will be path material, and then if region last shape and region last shape is not equal to polygon, surface mat would be path faded material. No, surface faded material. And then I need to say this. All right, cool. And I think I probably need to... Is there like a contrast? Lightened, darkened. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't lighten that one at all, actually. Just make it more transparent. And it's actually not going to work until I reload. Click. Oh, I need to have it click. Let's make path much less transparent, and then lighten this quite a lot. Still less transparent. Maybe I should be lightening it. Very inefficient way to be doing this, but I think it's probably about the same amount of time, honestly. Because I'd have to reload the scene. Either way. Alright, cool. Now that feels very clear. Okay. Now I need a surface subtract. Okay. It should actually be surface material. Duplicate, true. So now I want it to be very red. Should this just be reversed? Maybe I do like that. And do both of these. Oh, actually, maybe it should be... this one. Okay. And I'll just do this. If polygon mode is equal to polygon mode add. I guess I actually do this here. Or no, I do it here. No? Here. Actually, I guess I should just do this var not this or region polygon is equal to this. Oh, why does this say sphere material? And then that doesn't have a material yet, so it's broken. I think I can open my window. Yep. Nice. Okay. And now it's red. Nice. And I can tell it's still red. All right. Okay. I'll go and send that as a commit. What changed in gizmos? Oh, that it was the main change. Oh, right, and the other one's just is a line change. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Update region polygon gizmo materials. Subtract regions render in a red color, and then faded colors are more faded. Okay. Now my next thing is I want to be able to click these individually and it select and autofocus them and enable solo mode as well. So that should just be making it so I can edit those node types. Handles. And then edit. If not object. If I have a node and the object is not that node, drop the node. If it's a if I have a region and it's not the region, I do all this stuff. And then down here, I think I just have the outlive. Terrain instance region. I guess I can just say get parent. If region, then edited region will now be equal to region. Edited node will be equal to edited region instance node. Set preview region to edited region. Oh, it's kind of like... I'm going to copy it. I'll copy it. If region and region instance node. Now we'll do edited region. Last shape will be equal to object, and edited region solo shape is true. Oh, this should be like clearing stuff. So when I select a region, I need to do cleanup here. So I need to say edited region, last shape is null, solo shape is false. And then here I need to say edited region, because I technically do need to clear it here as well. So I guess maybe I could just say, I'll just have it in both places. It's a bit weird, but I'll have it in both places. Okay. Terrain, region, polygon. Select data has no parent, has no direct parent. Please move the polygon to a direct child of and then nested children are not supported. If you require use additional regions. More scene organization, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Last shape null, solo shape false. If I select one, solo shape becomes true. And if I click on a different one, it'll just do the same thing again. Okay. That should be all I have to do. So I can click this now and driveway cut. Main area. It seems really laggy though. This is laggy. Here, that's pretty quick. Here, that's really laggy. Why? What's the difference? Edit to node show gizmos? For region, just does region show gizmos. Interesting. It is really laggy. I'm not going to think too much about that. Not going to think about it too much. But now I'm in solo shape, which means I can't click over here. I can't do any of this stuff. But I can click and drag this. Okay, so that doesn't work. Solo is currently like totally blocking me out of doing any edits there. Oh, it says no tools selected? No, it's just, It's gotta be here. Oh, do I need to say has gizmo? Is that what I'm missing? Yeah. And then I say object gizmo get node 3D. If object is a terrain polygon, I guess if it's a terrain instance region, then region is object and we're good. If it's a polygon, then I need to get the parent. Oh my gosh. If object okay. So now I guess I have to click this and then I can work with it. Nope. Okay. So I need a method for this then. I just need to make this a method because this is probably done in a lot of places. So, yeah. So it should just be taking in the, yeah, because I'm doing this all over the place where I'm checking like the gizmo. Okay, maybe not quite all over the place. But I take in a gizmo and I grab a region from it. So yeah, I'm doing it quite a lot. Yep, I'm doing it there. And then I do this. Okay. So now, click, click. Still not working. Why not? So that's not it. Oops. That's also not it. How? Am I missing something out here? It definitely can't just be like a reload thing, because it has to call that method every time. It doesn't know what object it's checking until it's checked. Maybe it does. Maybe that is how it works. Maybe it does have to be reloaded. What is happening? Oh, this is so weird. What? That's really weird. Huh? What? It's rendering twice. That's it. So the redraw shouldn't be drawing this. Yeah, it shouldn't be drawing this. So I need hasGizmo to interact with it. But then redraw... I'll just do this. That just needs to go back to how it was. And then I should be able to click here and then... Okay, well now it's not clearing it, so I need to I should just be able to reload scene, actually. Reload scene. It'll redraw the gizmo. Okay, so now I have this selected, and I click and I drag, and it's correct. Alright, awesome. This, I can click and drag. It's correct. I can't click here. Solo shape, no last region. Alright, well that was a lot of spam. Also, is it leaving the blue handle there? Interesting. Or not the blue handle, the pink handle. Why is it leaving that? Actually, who has that? It should be drawing it at my mouse point. That works. It doesn't work here. Interesting. Who's drawing that? Who is drawing it? It's not this. It's not this. So yeah, I have this, like... that. Wait, can I, like, click? No? Okay, cool. Strange. What's happening right now? It's not updating that, the pink thing. Which one is that? Sphere material. Sphere editing material is blue. So it's something using sphere material. If region last shape, transform origin vertex. Transform origin is mouse position. Okay. So when I release that one, it's not fixing this. It doesn't do a redraw after I release on a move when I have one of these selected. When I release and I have the other one selected, it does this. It's definitely committing too. But the release for some reason doesn't then call clear on this. So maybe... Alright, let me just say commit. When I do commit, I just force a redraw. I tell it to update gizmos. I just tell it to do that. Okay, now it works. Alright. So did I change it? I probably did. Okay. Thought maybe I had it. I have a 216 instead of a 2, or yeah, it should be 217, not 216 on one of these. Okay, so that one. Alright, cool, that was it. Okay. So then we can edit those ones, and then when we edit them, I can make it solo because I have one specifically selected, so I can only add or move to that one. I can only edit that one. Essentially, it just means that the edit thing will... Oh, geez. The edit, or not the edit, but this part. Well, yeah, I can edit from either one. But then what this does is it grabs a thing and it checks, okay, is the region last shape? And if solo shape is turned on and we didn't match on the last shape, then we say we didn't click anything. So it effectively disables all the other shapes. And we only check that shape. Nice. All right, cool. And then I think the last thing that I need to do is make it use the undo redo thing. The undo redo history. So I can, first of all, so the scene knows that something changed, because I think it's a case where I just noticed up here at the top, if I click and drag one of these, it doesn't mark it as being changed, and if I actually change it, it doesn't mark it as being changed either. So that I can close it without having saved that. That might even just be a thing where I just need to say from the editor side, I need to tell it mark scene as unsaved or something like that. Because I bet if I to open this, or not. Let me open this one. I bet as soon as I click one of these, it's marked as changed. Okay, no, it's not. But this shows up here. The undo redo stuff will appear. Oh. Hey, New Boston. Thanks for the 40 bits. I don't know if that's going to work. Is that working? Does that work? I have no idea. I didn't see it. Maybe it didn't work. I don't know if I need to set that up. Thanks for the bits. I'm sorry if it didn't actually do anything, though. I will fix that. I appreciate it. Yep. Okay. What did I say? Adding the undo redo? Did I commit this already? I did not. Okay, but now I can edit from there. Allows selecting region polygons for editing. Such that edits can only be done on that selection. Cool. And then undo redo, and this is like something I've not used yet. It's probably gonna be in, they probably mention it here. Okay, they don't. I was thinking they would just have it somewhere here, where they would say, oh, by the way, here's the tutorial for that. Okay. Undo redo. The thing is, all the other ones use this helper class, which does a lot of stuff. Actually, maybe it actually doesn't do it until it commits. I don't think this one uses that at all. Yeah, this one doesn't use it at all. CSG should. It's not here. Commit handle, yep. Okay, there it is. So editor, undo, redo manager, create action, add do method, set radius to get radius, sure. Undo method, set radius to a restore value, which restore I think is just the original value. The restore value should be directly set without any undo. And the restore argument does undo. I'm assuming restore is just the original value. Okay. Do method, do property. Okay, I guess do property is just like a helper. Also, it should... It's probably meant to be the undo, redo manager. Yeah, you're probably meant to use this. Create, so it's like, I call create action, and then commit action. Okay. Do I use, I do handle cancel. Right, so otherwise, I'm doing this. I say it's probably like editor interface, editor undo redo, which I expect returns this, but it won't highlight undo redo manager. Okay. So I'm gonna say history, create action, just the name that I want to print out, I guess. Change capsule shape height, which just happens to be exactly what I'm on. Not exactly. Sphere radius. So this is what's going to print. And then set terrain, region, polygon, vertex. I'll even make it have this. So it would be edited handle ID. I'm gonna print it all out. Its current position. X and Y. Vector 2i, yep. And I'll use the names as well. It should be region, last shape, name. Because I think get handle name returns handle ID. Yep. Okay. And then it's add a do method and undo method. So this is going to be executed on something. So it should be region method set vertex arguments that history undo method region, and these are actually string names, so I'll write them like this. And then I don't know if I have to, I don't think I need to do the gizmo stuff. Will be called, if this is the first operation, the object will be used to deduce target undo history. Can I have multiple of these then? Register a reference for do that will be erased if do history is lost. For new nodes created for the do call. Oh. I don't know if I need to do that. But sure. And then I just call it commit action. And then I'm assuming, I mean, I'll find out. I should now be able to click and drag and then set terrain in vertex 1 to that value and then hit Control Z, and it undid it, but it didn't update the gizmo. Yeah, so when I click, then it does it. Okay. So I guess I need to add do method region I guess I have to do that every time, right? And then drop that from there. And then undo will also do that. Click, drag, undo. Is there like a redo? Is it like Control Y? Okay. Control Shift Z. Cool. All right. And the clicking and dragging also now says that we changed the scene. Cool. So I would hit close. It's going to be like, hey, do you want to do that? And I click cancel and I hit undo. And it goes back to not being changed. Awesome. Main area. Great. If I click here, it did that, which is whatever. I literally don't care about that. It's annoying. Well, this is the case where I say on my side, if I didn't do anything, then I don't do anything. Right? So I say avoid Spam changes when clicking. Just skip the action if the final position is the same as before. So if edited handle current position is equal to edited handle initial position, then I just do edited handle clear. And return. So it does not do it. So I just click, nothing's happening. In fact, I can click and drag and then put it right back. Nothing happens, click and drag, put it right back. Nothing happens, click and drag differently. Now it's changed. See, that's what they should have done. They should have done that. And it tells me everything. Set terrain to region polygon cabin driveway cut. Vertex number 23 to that value. Awesome. Now this part. Okay, well this can't be undone yet. So I have to remove that. Also, let me check this. Alt clicking. Okay, good. All right, so now I need to say, when I draw out here, insert vertex. And I think I also have add vertex. Yeah. And I can also do commit without executing. Right? Remove vertex, definitely want to have that be undoable. So I guess probably the first thing I do is I check this, and then I can just do this. So I can say, and you know what, maybe at this point, I might make these methods insert vertex will call add vertex, and then add vertex will have stuff that happens. Yeah. Region at vertex. I think add vertex, yeah. I think -1 is the default. -1, yep. And this can return a bool, because we do check for it sometimes, do something extra. Never mind. I'm going to implement it everywhere. Individually. Because I feel like all of them just have slightly different things that change, where I should just do it in place. So I can say If we add a vertex, I do this stuff. And then I say create action. Append a vertex. Terrain, region, polygon. Yeah, okay. Append a vertex. Right. And this will be edited region. And then I have something here. What is context? Custom context. Deducing target history instead of using the first operation. Okay. When backward undo ops is false, undo option are ordered in the same order they were added. I feel like they kind of described that incorrectly. So I kind of need a yeah, like a custom thing here. I guess this is the case. Actually, this might actually be a case where I need to have. What is this? Custom context object. I feel like I need this. So edited region. This is the context object. So if I were to delete that, I lose the undo redo history for it. Or whatever. Because the issue is add vertex uses a particular object. And I can't set that. But the things will be called in order, actually. So maybe that's fine. Okay. History. And I think what I do is when I say commit, I just say execute as false. Because I've already done it. So add a do property, region, last shape will become the current one. Method. That vertex. Why are you not happy about this? Oh. That makes sense. History add Do method. Update shapes. And then I don't need this part. This part doesn't stay there. History. Undo property won't change it. Oh, wait a second. I need to remove that vertex. So actually I do. So undo property also has to set edited region. Last shape. Last shape. Undo method. Will the edited region remove vertex. Okay, so remove vertex needs to have as long as things happen in the same order, it should be fine, right? But I'm worried now that remove vertex may just like break. Remove vertex needs to use it needs to remove the current size. So I guess you can say var. Yeah. If I'm wondering if this works. I'm trying to think of everything that could happen. As long as everything is tied to the history. I'm just trying to think of like edge cases where undoing after adding something can mess with the ordering. Like if I delete a vertex, then I insert a vertex. I undo, I delete that one. I guess it falls back. And then undo that one again. We'll add it back to that spot. I'm just going to hope that it works, honestly. It was already written there. I don't know why I thought that was something different. Why are you not happy now? Vertex ID is already declared. Oh. Okay. Update shapes, and I'll do history, commit action. But I'm really hoping this just means it doesn't run do methods. If execute is true, all do methods are called. So I've already done it, so I don't need to do that. Add vertex, remove vertex. Nice. Okay, I'll make this one work. And then same thing again. The context has to be this guy. Delete vertex number something from there. It's bound to the last shape as the context. I guess we can do this. And then all the undos. And then I need to have the property set as well. So and this should be add vertex, vertex ID. Vertex ID. Right, so here's the thing. This can be different. I can technically select something that is not the same that I have, that I'm actually hovering over. So I need to actually access this. So vertex needs to be edited region. Last shape, get vertex ID. That's it. Okay. There we go. Instances I don't really care about right now, to be honest. Maybe I should care about that. I probably should care about that. All right. I don't have a way to actually do it. because this is really... I guess undo redo history would happen in here. Yeah. It'll happen inside of those. But I can do that later. Once I actually start using it. For now, I don't really think I'm going to be using that. Oh, but I do have to say... where I say false. Okay, I just want to make sure that I do this. Okay. It's going to be very similar here. Adding a new one, I don't think I really care about undoing, like the first one for that, so that's fine. Moving it or deleting it, I'll care. Inserting a vertex, I definitely care. Probably just copy the whole add thing. Insert vertex. Okay. Set the last shape. Do method is add vertex. Nearest insertion. Remove vertex. Nearest insertion. Oh, no. Just this. And then commit with false. And this is also an update gizmos one as well. I don't think I need to say that because I update shapes should run update gizmos. It does not. Okay. Remove only does update shape. Oh, no, it also does update gizmos. Never mind. This one doesn't do update gizmos. And it works. Maybe it should be update gizmos. I'm going to say it probably should be. Because it seems like it really should be. Maybe it's because of the custom forces an update. That's probably it. Oh well. I just want to have it. I think I should just have it, so I'm gonna have it. But then commit will not do anything in this case because I've already done it. Okay. I don't care about this one. All right, let's see. I gotta fix my screen brightness now. Getting really hungry. Okay, add vertex. Let's do main area and clear that. I'm gonna click, drag, and I'm gonna undo. Undo, undo. If I just click, undo. I'm just gonna like really mess this up. Okay. What if I undo that one, undo, draw a new one, move this, undo, 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 undo. I mean, you know, reason would tell me it shouldn't matter what order I do things in, no matter how much I try to mess with it. As long as the actions are done in order, it should work every time. All right, cool. Well, I have undo redo for the polygons now, which is really nice because at the very least, this needs to say that it's been changed, so I can't just close it. And also, I do that a lot when I'm testing something. Like if I just click. Okay, because I was selected, I can't do that. I click. Also, I'm not moving them when I do this, which is good. Only when I do that, then it's a change. Awesome. All right. Save. I may call it there for today, actually. Yeah, I probably will. I'm very hungry. I've gotten very hungry suddenly. This was a productive day, though. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. Compile days has to reset to 0. I just compiled. Vertex ID. Do that, do that, do that. History. I mean, I feel like I tested it thoroughly. I feel like it did. Okay. I will go and split these first ones up because this is really hard to look at. It's like what's happening. Now you can see it. I'll split that one too. I guess I also need to split that one. And then I'm going to split that one. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I'm gonna do it. I have to. Like, this is literally all they had to do. I mean, I'm still mad about it. I feel like they just straight up didn't think very hard at all about what they were doing. They really did not think very hard at all about what they were doing. Here, there we go. Okay. It really must be that they're just like, oh, I know that guy. I'm not going to consider very hard at all what he's done here. I'm just going to accept it. I'm just going to test it and accept it. Instead of, hey, if it's spammy that clicking and not doing anything is, you know, causing problems. Maybe just don't run the action if nothing changed. Is all my formatting correct? I didn't like have a weird... I think it's all correct. I mean, I can look at it visually. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Digit, digit, string. Digit, 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 string. That's what that is. 3 and a string, 3 and a string. A string and then 3, a string and 3. Cool. All right. Can now undo. Yeah. Undo, redo, polygon edits. Pretty much that. The exception is creation of the first. Maybe I should put that in there. I don't know. I'll do it if it happens to me one time, I'll implement it. But for now, I don't want to. First vertex in a new shape via shift click. I think this is why I wouldn't want to undo it, because I feel like you don't accidentally shift click while you have add vertex. I don't think you do that by accident. I feel like it's a deliberate enough input that you don't need to undo it. And then I guess the question is, when you undo, does that just get rid of the vertex but leave the shape? Or should it also delete the shape? I feel like I don't want to have undo redo based on like deleting or adding nodes. I don't think I want to do that. That seems like too hard to implement, and I think in that case, if I shift click and I didn't like where it was, I would have just dragged it to where I wanted it to be. And undo will just move it back to where I first clicked if I didn't want to move it, right? And then instance editing. Actually, I don't even need to really do instance editing either, because the transforms are already handled as well. So if I click to edit an instance and I drag it around, I'm like, never mind, I don't like it where that was. I hit undo until it goes back to where it was, and then I hit save, and then it's undone. Yeah. Instance editing does not have undo redo support. You may not ever have it. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. I think it's it. Yep, I'm calling that a good day. That's a good day. Compiling, not so good, but otherwise, really good. This is now, well, I unselected it. This is now very nice. Being able to do that is very nice. Because often, the main reason is if I'm like, I want to insert something, and then I click over here, and I'm like, whoops, undo, undo. Now I can do a better job of clicking that. And then just then, I demonstrated something, and I didn't actually want to do it, so I hit undo twice. Perfect. Okay. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. What will I do tomorrow? I think I've done everything for the polygon editing. I guess the toolbar, technically, but this is good enough for me. I don't really care about the toolbar. Yeah, I'm leaving the toolbar. I'm not going to do anything with that. Alright. Though this probably shouldn't be here. That should probably have gone away. I'm not sure why that went away. It doesn't go away. Let me fix that right now. Actually. No, I'll do it tomorrow. Alright, thanks for watching. Goodbye.